Hello everyone, thank you for joining today's session. I am Ravi Pithala, pre-sales consultant in Reddington Gulf. So today and tomorrow we are going to learn about FortiManager, which is a part of NSE 5 exam. So those who are new to Fortinet, and give you the brief overview about certificate. Fortinet has multiple certification level from NSE 1 to NSE 8. NSE 1 to 3 are sales certificate, and NSE 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are technical certificate for which you have to appear in peer review exam center, or nowadays you can give it exam via online proctor from home as well. So NSE 4 is FortiGate, NSE 5 is a different product that we have like manager, analyzer, FortiClient, FortiSIM. So in next 2-day training, we are going to learn about FortiManager. So this is a virtual workshop, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to present you the different topic of FortiManager, and I will perform a lab. So to cater the more number of attendees and student, what we have done is we have not given access to the student. I will perform lab. So you can see actually how the different feature works in FortiGate, how you can integrate FortiGate with FortiManager, what are the different functionality that you can use on FortiManager. So it will be actual lab setup, not a demo. I will perform a different step. And if you guys want to appear for NSE 5 exam, I will recommend that you first attend this 2-day training and then watch a video on training portal of Fortinet, and then you can appear for it. So let's begin. And in the meantime, if you have any question, please put it in the question and answer window. Don't put it on. Yes, this session has been recorded, but I'm not sure our marketing team will be able to tell whether it will be shared or not. Okay, let's begin. And if you have any question, guys, I'll repeat, put it on the question and answer chat window. Don't put it on the chat. Okay. So this is a day 1 and day 2 agenda, what we are going to learn. So today we are going to learn about different basic initial configuration of FortiManager, how we can perform a different administrator task and management task. We'll learn about ADOMs as well. So you might have read about VDOM in FortiGate. Similar concept is there, ADOM. Then we'll do a device registration. We'll also perform device level configuration and installation as well. And for all this, we will do a lab as well, how to actually do in FortiGate, how to integrate the different devices in FortiManager, and so on. So let's begin. Before we begin, okay. Introduction and initial configuration. So what is FortiManager basically? So before I proceed further, those who are new to FortiManager, so FortiManager is a centralized device to manage different FortiGate appliances which are located across the globe or anywhere in the world. And you can basically configure policies, you can push policy from one central location. Moreover, it has also some logging and reporting function as well. So it can act as a FortiAnalyzer as well, but a very basic function is there, not that kind of dedicated feature that FortiAnalyzer has. So this is the lesson overview for the first presentation. Key features we'll discuss. What is the concept of FortiManager, initial configuration, and use cases. So the overviews will describe the purpose of FortiManager. I will also describe FortiManager key features, purpose of ADOMs, and when you might use them, identify which devices are supported by FortiManager, and so on. Hello, who is on mute? Just a moment. Hari or Maria, can you please make sure that all the panelists are on mute?
I'll check that, Ravi. No worries.
What is FortiManager? So as I mentioned, it's a single pane of glass management, centralized device. It is available in hardware platform as well as virtual and on cloud as well. So this is to minimize the initial cost of operating expense for larger deployment. So those who have more than considered as 5, 10, 100, thousands of FortiGate, so it will basically make their administrator task way easier than how it is without FortiManager. It also helps you to maintain the regulatory compliance. It reduces WAN usage with local FortiGate cache server. Basically, you can use FortiManager as your update server. So instead of going into FortiGate cloud data center to get updates of antivirus, IPS, web filter, and even license update, you can use FortiManager as your license update server as well. And this will help you in the closed environment as well, where you don't have any internet access to the FortiGate. So FortiManager can act as a centralized device for the update server. It provides, main task is it provides centralized device management for many Fortinet devices and automate mask device provisioning and maintain policy. So we are going to learn about SD-WAN as well. That is where the main function of FortiManager comes into picture. And basically it's a local distribution and control point for firmware and policy update as well. So as I mentioned, it not only it can act as an update server, you can use FortiManager as your firmware upgrade server as well. So from FortiManager, you can push upgrade to all the FortiGate devices. Tomorrow, we are going to learn about the SD-WAN as well, where we'll see the complex mesh IPsec VPN topology. And moreover, yeah, it do have the basic functionality of logging and reporting, which we are going to see how we can use FortiManager as FortiAnalyzer. Okay. So these are the key features. So as you can see on the flash, which is below the slide, FortiManager is located at the head office. Okay, and all the different FortiGate which are located on the different location across the globe, they get policy update from one centralized device. Just to give you a basic example, let's say if you want to block a new website, there is a compliance policy that you have to block one specific website to all the in entire organization, and all the web filtering policy is configured at a node which is branch offices FortiGate. So instead of going into each FortiGate and configure a policy, you can just configure one policy at FortiManager, and then you can push it to not only local FortiGate, but you can push it anywhere around the world, whatever FortiGate is connected to FortiManager. And it's not necessary to deploy it on head office. You can deploy it anywhere. It should have the internet connectivity. And of course, if it's a behind net device, you need to do a port forwarding so that FortiManager can connect to all the FortiGate devices. Administrative domain. So those who are aware about the VDOM, that's a kind of similar concept is here. Okay, but here what is ADOM is the administrative domain. So it's it basically group device for administrator, so that it's become easy for administrator to monitor and manage different FortiGate device. Maybe based on the different location, you can group FortiGate. Based on the country, you can group FortiGate. Based on the firmware version, you can group FortiGate. Based on the role of a branch or a department where it is located, you can group FortiGate. So basically, this divides administrators of a devices, and it also put a restriction to the different FortiGate. So virtual domain of feature and FortiGate, it can further restrict the access. So even if you have VDOM created in FortiGate, you can still put it under different ADOM in FortiGate. So let's say you have one FortiGate, and in that you have 10 VDOMs. So in FortiManager, and you put 10 VDOM in different administrative domain. So this gives you more control, and you can restrict the user as well. So manager pane, so this is more related to GUI dashboard, how it looks like. So we have a fabric view, which is new in 6.4 firmware. So basically, these are the kind of icon that you will see once you log in into FortiManager, apart from the basic feature that we have. So fabric view, it views the security fabric rating of configured FortiGate security devices. But it must generate rating using FortiOS first. That means you need to have rating license, basically security rating license on FortiGate devices. So you can see the ratings of each FortiGate on FortiManager as well. Then we have VPN manager, which is the most common use case of FortiManager. Instead of configuring VPN on each FortiGate, you can use VPN manager. You can basically bind all the ports of different FortiGate on FortiManager and push policy to different FortiGate so that all the VPN will connect automatically. You don't have to go to each FortiGate, configure the VPN between each other. So we have inbuilt template available for VPN manager as well, which become very useful for administrator to configure SD-WAN as well. Now we support SD-WAN in IPsec VPN in combination with SD-WAN as well. So that also adds a new functionality to the FortiManager. Then we have AP Manager. Basically, this is to centrally manage Fortinet access point. So instead of managing it from once on-premise, you can manage it from FortiManager as well. Then you have FortiClient Manager, which gives you a centralized FortiClient management for multiple FortiGate devices that are managed by FortiManager. Same way, you can manage a switch as well from FortiManager. Different VLANs, you can monitor devices that are connected to FortiGate, what switch is connected. But in our lab, what we are going to do, we are not going to perform any lab for FortiClient or FortiSwitch. We are going to perform the labs related to FortiGate. So this is the dashboard. When you will log in, you will get this kind of icon. And once you click on it, you can go there and configure a specific feature which is related to different product of Fortinet. And this is just a knowledge check, which is not required for us. You can proceed further. So now the key feature that we have understand, we will go and discuss about key concept of FortiManager. So now the objective was this objective of this basically to understand the concept is to identify the commonalities between FortiManager and Analyzer. We'll understand the management module framework, and I'll also describe management task cycle. So FortiManager and FortiAnalyzer, so it has common hardware and software platform. So the panes or the icon which you see it is used to organize central management and reporting function. So on the top, you can see that all the icons that is available on FortiManager, and on below, you can see that icons that are available in FortiAnalyzer. So once you go to system setting and enable FortiAnalyzer function in FortiManager, you will see the below icon like FortiView, NOC/SOC, LogView, NOC/SOC, LogView, Event Manager, and Report. So these all the icon by default. This icon, it will not be there. Once we enable FortiAnalyzer feature, then you will get this function. So it has log volume. This log volumes basically how much GB of data per day you can gather in FortiManager. It is limited to the fixed amount on each day based on the license that you have. Now FortiAnalyzer, it's a dedicated device for logging and reporting, which has NOC/SOC. It does not have logging rate restriction that FortiManager does have. So in FortiAnalyzer, if you want to increase the logging rate per day or per GB of day, how much logs you can send to FortiAnalyzer. On hardware device, there is no limit. On VM, there is a limit, but you can increase it by purchasing a new license. So this is inside a FortiManager, basically. So as you can see that there are different modules available. Main module what we have is, of course, our FortiGuard module, which is responsible to provide FortiGuard subscription service to FortiManager and all the devices that are connected to FortiManager. So as I mentioned earlier, FortiManager, it can act as your license server or update server. So for that, we have FortiGuard module inside FortiManager, which takes care of this. Then coming to the part system setting, of course, which contains all the script-based information, then the APIs or LDAP server, LDAP, Radius server, so all this task, it is part of system setting module. Then we have management module and device manager. So management module and device manager, it works in conjunction with policy and object AP manager, VPN manager, FortiClient manager, FortiSuite. So what it does, for example, if you want to push any policy to FortiGate, okay, so that will be taken care by a management module and device manager. It will have the revision history. So whatever new changes you made to FortiGate, it will have the revision history as well, at what time different or new update has been pushed to FortiGate from FortiManager. And the communication protocol, which basically allows FortiGate to communicate with FortiManager, that is also part of the device manager module. And of course, as I mentioned, it can act as a FortiAnalyzer as well. So FortiView, LogView, event management, NOC, SOC reports. So all this part of a logging module, which is separate than FortiManager. So this is basically mostly this left side part is related to FortiManager and right side part is related to FortiAnalyzer. Again, it is, we don't need to remember all this stuff, but as we have started from basic, it is important that we understand the different module in FortiManager. Now coming to the management layer. So like in FortiGate, you have a VDOM, and once you enable VDOM, you will have global VDOM and root VDOM by default. So same way, once we enable it in FortiManager, ADOM, you will have global ADOM layer, then you have ADOM layer, and then you have device manager layer. So what is global ADOM layer? It's a global object that can be shared across multiple ADOMs. It will have all header and footer policy, basically implicit deny, and what is header policy, that means on top of all the FortiGate to allow internet access. So whatever you can configure in global ADOMs, you can apply that on the different ADOM. Basically, all the ADOM can inherit settings from global ADOM. Then you have ADOM layer. So the ADOM is basically a group of considered as a different group of devices. So this contains the common objective database, devices, device group, and policy packages. So each ADOM will have its own database about object, how many devices it has connected, how many policy packages it has. So it cannot share like with all this information with each other. It will be there as a ADOM only. Then we have device manager layer. So device manager layer is basically the name and the type of managed devices, their IP address, revision history, and real-time status. Just a moment, one chat. No session, the session will not be, you will not get a recorded session. Let's talk about the management module, how actually it looks like inside FortiManager. So as you can see on the global ADOM layer, you have header and footer policy, which you can use on different ADOM layer. You might have considered as a different ADOM A, ADOM B, and whatever policies there on global ADOM object database, you can inherit into the different ADOM. Same way on device manager layer, so you can inherit a different device manager layer, means basically whatever configuration is there per device. So each device can inherit object. For example, if you create one address object of IP address, it can inherit from that ADOM. But that object, if you create on specific device, it cannot be shared with the different FortiGate device. So this is how the different layers of management module works within FortiManager module. And all the device, it will have its own configuration revision history, which is per device, which does not share information with each other. Where in ADOM, you will have information of all these devices. So this ADOM will be able to see, means administrator who has logged into this ADOM will be able to see this two device configuration. Administrator who logs into ADOM 2, he'll be able to see all the information about these two devices. Just a moment, I think somebody's on it. Marcy, can you please mute yourself? Thank you. Fortinet device management lifecycle. So there are 4 stages. If you want to push anything on FortiGate, so what you will do, first you will configure and complete the policy configuration on FortiManager, and from there we will have option to push, or in FortiGate we call it install. We can install the configuration whatever we have done on FortiManager to different FortiGate. So we don't call it as a push configuration, we call it as the install. So whenever you want to push anything new into FortiGate, we have to click on install button in FortiGate. Then we can monitor the FortiGate. So once you push it, you will see the status of the configuration and whether the device is in sync with FortiManager configuration, what is the health of device, all this thing you can see on FortiManager. And finally, about the maintenance and upgrade. So you can configure updates as needed, and all the signature firmware upgrade, it will be managed centrally. So there are the 4 stages, basically starts with deployment, monitoring, maintenance, and upgrading. So of course, you don't have to go to maintenance and upgrade every time. Once you deploy it, you just have to monitor whether the configuration that we have installed is successful or not. We can skip the knowledge check. Now we have seen the key concept how of the FortiManager. We'll see the initial configuration now. So we'll identify in this module TCP UDP use port used by FortiManager. We'll access the FortiManager. Now I will show you after this presentation FortiManager GUI. We'll identify the different tool that we can use. We will configure FortiManager. We'll enable analyzer feature and different icon, or the we call it as a panes to implement key feature on FortiGate. So this is a basic topology that you will have on any customer. Mostly the FortiManager, it is deployed behind firewall. So we need to allow only necessary port which we will connect with the FortiManager. So we can choose one FortiManager will work on which port, basically. Same like we can choose FortiGate, communicate on which port on for HTTPS. Same way we can do it for FortiManager as well. You can choose the custom port if you would like. And all these different FortiGate which are connected over internet, it will connect to the virtual IP of FortiManager, which we have configured on FortiGate. And then from there, it will communicate to FortiManager. So we don't recommend to put FortiManager on internet facing connection. It is always recommend to put or install FortiManager behind firewall. So these are the ports, the destination port, remote management on FortiGate device. So what are the different ports that FortiManager is using? For TCP port 541, TCP port 542 for IPv6, firmware image 443, DNS lookup is same as other, and listening port for the FortiGuard updates, basically web GUI, web services, all this port that it has, and HA heartbeat port is 5199. So you can get this information from the admin guide as well, but these are the ports that FortiManager uses basically. So these are the security recommendations. As I mentioned, it's always best practice to deploy FortiManager behind firewall. And more importantly, you can use FortiManager to connect all the FortiGate devices over IPsec VPN rather than directly connect over the internet. And we should use secure communication method even in private network, HTTPS or SSH, to connect to FortiGate and FortiManager. So, and moreover, you can of course configure trusted host so that it can accept connection only from the IP address that we have assigned on FortiManager. And we can use a different username. You can use a specific secure protocol only, and enable the password policy as well for FortiManager. So these are some of the security recommendation as a best practice. Let's see the factory default settings. So by default, the support is same like FortiGate. IP address is 192.168.1.99. Okay, and the username is admin, password is blank. But now once you log in into FortiGate, it will ask you to reset a password or to change the password. So by default, once you log in for the first time, you need to change your password. So this is the IP address of FortiManager 192.168.1.99. How the dashboard looks like when you log in. So dashboard gives you information about host name, serial number of FortiManager, okay, what is the platform type, whether it's the hardware, VM, or if it's a VM, what is the VM version, HS status. Then you also have the information about the system time. Here you can see how many administrator has logged in, and so on, and CPU usage, memory usage, disk usage, all this information you'll be able to see. So you will find it pretty much similar to what you see in FortiGate. There are hardly any changes. Okay. And from dashboard itself, you'll be able to see the VM license which I have deployed today for our lab. What is the capacity? As you can see, the GB per day log. This is the capacity of the analyzer function or analyzer feature that we have. And from here, dashboard itself, you can enable or disable ADOMs and FortiAnalyzer feature. So by default, when we log in, ADOM and FortiAnalyzer is disabled. If you want to use it, first we have to turn it on, and then only the feed function will appear. So this is the initial configuration network setting. So we'll just proceed further. We are going to do the lab. For this, not going into much detail, but just for information, yes, the different thing related to FortiManager and FortiGate is that you have service access. So if you enable this FortiGate updates and web filtering, that means this port will accept service access from different FortiGate devices. So if you want to use FortiManager as your update server on specific port, you have to enable the service access, FortiGate updates, web filter. Okay, we'll have ADOM, you have to purchase the license. Each license will have different ADOMs. By default, you can create 10 ADOMs. If you want to increase that, you will have to purchase a license for it. On VM. On hardware, there is by default each. Okay. Okay, fine. Other network setting option, FortiManager, it can manage device connected to any of interface. So these are the routing information, which is different than FortiGate. You will not see a static route information option here, which is this is where something is different than FortiGate. You can configure the routing table from network page and the interface setting only. So default gateway, what destination is, that is where we'll configure this information in our lab, same like what we do in FortiGate. So this is GUI pane and FortiAnalyzer feature. We are going to do the lab for this as well. We will enable FortiAnalyzer and we'll see the different feature that appear on the dashboard or main dashboard once we enable these FortiAnalyzer features. So you will have the different icon after enabling this, which is FortiView, log view, event monitor, reports, knock and sock feature, and so on. So these are the different features that will appear once we enable FortiAnalyzer option on FortiManager. And you can do it from CLI as well as GUI. And this is a command to do it from CLI. Config system global, set FSE status enable disable. These are the basic CLI command just for your reference. If you want to do some troubleshooting, which is more similar to FortiGate, there is no difference. Like get system status, it shows you the serial number, firmware version, ADOM status, HA status. Source system interface gives you the information about the system interfaces, IP address information. DNS NTP, it shows the DNS server address, NTP server information. Source system route, it shows the static routing table. And if you want to test network connection, you can use same command, execute P. So once we put this get system status information, this shows the information about FortiManager. What is the firmware version, full name, ADOM is enable or disable, what is the current time zone, license status, where if it's a VM, it will show you valid or invalid, disk usage that has been used on FortiAnalyzer. Okay, HA mode, it's a whether it's standalone, active or active passive, and the host name of FortiManager as well, and serial number. All this information you will get it from get system status command. So now let's check it is fine. We can skip this. Now we'll discuss about the key use cases. So based on the different requirement, FortiManager can provide a different use case. So we'll see that what are the different use cases. So for example, let's say retail. So this is a management of a large corporate network. Any retail you can consider, or finance like a bank. So what are the characteristics? They have basically many remote sites, and they have central hub sites and data center, right? So basically their operational team, they want a centrally provisioning and managing the firewall. So that is where FortiManager can be really useful, because it provides a play and plug kind of deployment. So you with FortiManager, customer just has to plug FortiGate device with internet on port 1, and after that FortiManager will push the configuration automatically. So you don't have to even log in into FortiManager on remote site. So that's how easy deployment it can be using FortiManager. Then you have shared firewall object across many firewall addresses. That is a common thing that we have just discussed in device manager module. Firewall policy, which is common to many sites. For example, based on the compliance requirement for in bank, you might want to block a risky website or the harmful website or the category based like potentially risky website. So you can create one policy on FortiManager and push it that to different devices at the same time. Then the use case for the managed security service provider, right? So the characteristics of this kind of use case is that they have many smaller CPE devices or a customer virtual domain on large firewall platform in their data center. So this customer typically have only only access to that firewall or a VDOM in order to monitor their infrastructure and open change request. So there will be very few shared object custom between the shared object or between this customer, and no direct customer interaction with managed firewall. So service provider may want to automate some of the provisioning, right? Like pay as you go business model, you can pass to cost saving to end user customer. So this is again the deployment comes into the picture where they can create one template on FortiManager and push it to the customer which they want to manage it from one central location. Requirement for different organizations, ADOM and policy package structures, what we have just discussed earlier, it varies by use cases. So for example, in retail or banking sector, a single ADOM with one policy object for one or many devices is enough, or single or multiple administrator domain with multiple policy packages are also enough. Whereas in MSSP, you need multiple administrative domain with no global administrative domain. So you will have multiple administrative domain, and the administrator that you will create is basically per ADOM. So only specific administrator can manage that ADOM, not one global ADOM can manage everything. So when we create a new administrator, we can assign the ADOM as well. And if you assign global ADOM, that administrator can configure in any ADOM. Basically, it is a super admin. So for MSSP, we don't create super admin. We create an admin based on the different ADOM. And same way, multiple administrator with global administrative domain and global policy and object, it is possible if they have that kind of scenario where they are using a pay-as-you-go model for a customer, or they are using MSSP service basically, and MSSP is managing their FortiGate devices. FortiManager application program interface basically. So if you want to integrate with third-party vendor, you can use the API which is available on Java script as well as a XML format. So JSON and XML API is available on FortiManager. Well, so web browser, it will integrate with a web UI. Then you have JSON API, which basically you can manage FortiGate manager from different devices as well. And if you want to automate something script, you can use the XML API. So this is the knowledge check. Now we are good to go for a lab. So before we go for a lab, I will just show you lab scenario, and then we can proceed further. So what we are going to do in a lab, I'll start FortiManager. We'll see the basic GUI function. I will enable ADOM. Then I will also see the how we can check the static route. We'll make sure that internet connectivity is on FortiManager. So this is what we have reviewed. Now I'll share my screen again. Okay, we will proceed to the lab now for first lab today. Let me connect to my cloud lab, and then we can proceed. So hopefully you can see my screen. So this is our network topology. If you just want to take a screenshot, you can do that. Okay. So this is our FortiManager. We have one Linux server, which is acting as a router to provide internet access to FortiGate. We have local FortiGate, and we have local Windows machine, which is behind our local FortiGate. Then on remote side, we have remote FortiGate. So consider this as your internet. So these two FortiGate are connected to each. They are not connected right now. We'll make the connectivity, but they are connected over internet. Okay. Then this FortiManager is a part of trusted network. Okay. So this is behind local FortiGate port 3, but one port is already connected to Linux server to give the internet access as well. And this one you can consider, not consider, it is not required for our lab, but we have another FortiGate as well. So we have total 3 FortiGate, and this is Linux server. So what we are going to do, we are going to access FortiManager, and let's first see how it looks like. So I have already uploaded the license. I'm going to access FortiManager. Okay, what is the IP? Okay, 100. So this is a GUI of FortiManager. So once they log in, you will see select ADOM. So we'll go into global ADOM. Let me first disable ADOM and then we'll proceed because I have enabled the global ADOM. So first I will just disable the ADOM. Let me just go to root. Let me just disable the global. Okay, I have disabled the global ADOM. Now we'll begin it from base scratch. So you can see that this is the dashboard, first login screen. After first login screen, what you will see device manager, where you can integrate FortiGate device. You have policy and object. So this is where you are going to configure your firewall policy, your networking information, and all your addresses object for FortiGate. This is where we will configure. Then we have AP manager, which is AP and FortiSwitch manager. These two things are basically for access point and switch management. Then we have VPN manager as well, which is to from one center here. This module is really helpful to configure the star topology or the hub and spoke kind of scenario for VPN. Then we have fabric view, which we're going to see how it looks like. So all the devices that are part of fabric, it will appear under fabric view as well, apart from a device manager. Then we have FortiGuard, which is responsible for web filter, antivirus, all your updates. It's available on FortiGuard. And finally, system setting, where you can configure your administrator, network information, IP address, routing table, HA, all this thing, you can configure it here. Okay. So let me just start the lab, basic lab. Just give me a moment. So now what we'll do, this is a CLI of FortiManager. Okay. What we are going to do, we will see the system status first. Admin and password is password. So remember, to get the information about FortiManager, we'll type get system status command. So you can see that it is showing the platform type. Okay, let me do one thing first. I will access it from CLI itself directly. So you can see that we can see the platform type, which is virtual. What is the device name, firmware version, serial number, host name, and maximum number of ADOM allowed. So by default, 10 is allowed. If you want to increase the ADOM, you have to purchase license. Maximum number of device group, which is 10, which goes with ADOM only. Administrative ADOM is disabled. HA is standalone. Then GA is the release current time. It is correct. Daylight time saving is yes. Then time zone, application x64, yes. Disk usage, basically how much disk is free. File system and license of VM, whether it's valid or invalid. So this is where it shows the information. Now, same like FortiGate, we can see the information about system interface as well. So you might not be aware that if you just type show system interface, it will give you the configuration information like this way. But if you just, this is one trick command. If some of you not familiar, you might show system interface. Show system interface and type question mark, shift question or question mark. So just type it. Okay, let me just click here. So once you do that, it will show you the how many supports are up basic what is the IP address of that. So in case where you have any port is configured on DHCP, if you just type show system interface and press enter, it will not give you IP address information. So you can type show system interface. After that, just type question mark 2 times or 1 time. It will show you all the information about interfaces. How many interfaces are up, how many interfaces are down. Okay. So as you can see, the port 1 is 10.0.1.254. This is port 1. Then we have port 2, which is 10.200.1.241. And I have configured this port 3. This is behind my within virtual lab. I have directly to take access instead of going into local windows and access it from port 1. I have configured on another port so that I can directly take access from jump server. Now we'll check the DNS information. So command for DNS source system DNS. So this is primary and secondary system DNS information. You can change it as well if you would like. Then we'll type get system NTP information, NTP protocol information. So we can see the status is enabled. That so NTP is recommended on all FortiManager and on all registered device for correct FortiGate FortiManager tunnel establishment. So the main thing is sync interval is 60 seconds. So after every 60 seconds, it will sync with FortiGate. It will sync with NTP manager. So this is really important that we enable NTP on all FortiGate and FortiManager to avoid any synchronization issue in logs as well as in any other setting. Now we will check the route information. So command for that is show system route. So you can see that it shows that port 3 and gateway is 10.192. So this we are using port 3 for the internet access for this. Okay. Now we'll check whether internet is working. We'll see get ping execute ping 8.8.8 should work. Yeah. We'll check DNS as well. Google.com. Yeah, it is working. Now we'll see trace that how it is going to internet. So it is going via default IP, which is 72.2. So this is just for information. You don't need to worry about that. This can be different as per your setup. It is not necessary. Okay, so this is from CLI. Now from GUI, what we can see, we'll go and check on the system setting. So this is a system time, which is most important. So you have to make sure that this is correct as per your time zone. Okay. This is the valid license. So you need to see that whether if you are going to do any test, VM license, it has to be valid and register. So this is the information about that. Now, VDOM information per device VDOMs. You can see that how many VDOMs you can integrate as well. So by default, you can integrate 10 VDOM. If you want to integrate more, you have to purchase license for VDOM basically. We'll see the network setting. So by default, once you click on network, it shows the port 1 IP. If you want to see all the ports information, you have to click on all interface. So then it shows the information about different port, what are administrative access is available, service access is enabled, okay, and whether the port itself is enabled or disabled. So let's look at this port. So you can see that this is the IP address 192.168.72.100, and this service update access we have enabled. We have not bind this to IP basically. So this must be the same subnet of the interface IP if you want to bind. So on this IP, user can connect to get the service updates instead of public this network interface IP address. If you want to go back, you just have to click cancel and shows the information about that. Now, if you want to see a route, you will not find any information here because you have to go to network and click on that. So it will give you option to see the routing table. So you can click routing table here. You will see routing table information. So to reach to internet, we are using 192.168.72 and port 3. So this is the basic thing to start with in FortiManager. It also needs internet access. Not then only it can provide access updates to all the different FortiGate. Now we will start the next thing what we have just discussed in the lab. We will enable FortiAnalyzer feature. So to enable FortiAnalyzer, as I mentioned, we can use FortiManager as a logging and reporting device by enabling FortiAnalyzer member. So we'll enable FortiAnalyzer feature. Before we enable, let's go to the dashboard. So here you see that these are the only feature we are seeing right now. Device manager, policy, and other stuff. Now we'll enable FortiAnalyzer feature. Okay, going into dashboard, enable it, and we'll see the different feature that, so it will restart device basically. So we'll have to wait for the device to come up again, and then we will see the difference. Let's just wait for the device to start. Maybe it will take, let's see here. Okay, yeah, you can see the device system is going down. So we'll wait for 1 or 2 minutes. Yeah, it is booting up. Okay, device boot up is completed. Let's go to GUI and see. It will take few more seconds, I believe. Yeah, now it has boot up. Now we will see the different panes on the FortiManager GUI. So now you can see that we can have new option for analyzer, FortiView, log view, incident event, and reporting. So it is not important that you purchase a dedicated FortiManager. If customer does not want to use that, you can still use FortiManager as your analyzer. But if for it's a larger environment, they want a logging and reporting, they have a compliance requirement, then it is recommended to purchase a dedicated FortiAnalyzer device. Now we are going to enable ADOM as well. So we'll see how to enable it. So if you might have seen that as well, now it is see that it is rebuilding the database because we have enabled this function. So it's going to do all this database recorrection so that FortiAnalyzer feature can also work. Now we are going to enable ADOM as well. Yeah, it has taking all the CPU usage 100%. It is rebuilding. Okay, so by default ADOM is also disabled. So now we can enable the ADOM here and we'll see the different feature. So right now, if you go on click on this icon FortiManager, it shows you this information. After enabling ADOM, by default two ADOM will come, global and root. So we will enable ADOM by going into dashboard, system setting dashboard, and system information. We'll be logged out. We'll log in again. So by default, FortiManager, whenever we enable the ADOM, it gives you option here. So here you can see root FortiGate 6.2, global database is 6.1. So we'll go to the root FortiGate only. Okay, and here in system setting now, this is your management ADOM. We will see how many ADOMs has been enabled. So if you go to ADOM, here by default, you will get some specific ADOM based on the different device type and the firmware version. We can create new ADOM as well. We can rename the different ADOM, whatever we have created. And same thing, we can check it from the CLI as well. So if you just go to CLI, for example, we'll type this command debug dym show ADOM, I believe. DVM, I believe, DVM ADOM list. So let me just open in the new tab. You will have the better view. It is slow for now. 1 hour it will remain slow because it is rebuilding database. DVM ADOM list. So it shows all the information about product. What are the different product? What are the operating system? What are the release, product version, name of the product. It shows all the information that it is supporting. So each associated with different device along with the different supported firmware version. Okay. Now we will configure ADOM. We'll create a ADOM, same like we do it on FortiGate. We create VDOM, we'll create ADOM. We will give name as 6.4 FortiGate 6. So here, when you create ADOM, you can choose the different firmware, different type of FortiGate, whether it's the fabric, carrier, FortiGate firewall, or FortiGate. So we have a type as FortiGate firewall. So whatever we are going to do, it's on FortiGate only. And we'll give name as, let's say, myADOM. Yeah, we'll give the name as myADOM. And we'll also select disk utilization for this. So you can see that allocated is here. So maximum allocated is 44 GB. We will reduce it to, let's say, 1 GB. We can reduce the disk usage. So how much disk usage this ADOM can handle? As if you have any question, you can directly put in the question and answer window. So here, when we create ADOM, we can select this device will act as a central management for, we'll choose VPN, we'll choose SD-WAN as well. We're not going to choose 40 AP and 40 switch. Okay, let's have one question. There is a student guide, lab guide is not available. Okay, so if you want to, so as I mentioned earlier, this is going to be a virtual workshop. If you want to appear for lab, you have to watch all the video and training portal. After that, you can register for a lab session or instructor-led lab session from the training portal itself. There you will get a lab guide. So we'll allocate 1 GB of data or 1 GB of disk to this specific ADOM. Okay. And then we'll click OK. It will create a new ADOM, sorry. It will take few seconds. As I mentioned, it's rebuilding database for analyzers, so that's why it is taking more time now. Okay, so as we can see that this my ADOM, it has been created now. Okay, and here you can see the ADOM is root. So from, if you want to go to different ADOM directly, we can click here and switch to different ADOM here. Okay, so this is how we can create ADOM. Now, okay, we have. Yes, Samar, yes, you can keep space allocation automatic. Yes. Now we will create administrative and assign each admin. Okay, let me see why it is hanged. Each administrative different ADOM access. So by default, if we go to administrator, let's say we have admin, I'll just delete it. Okay. This ADOM is a super profile and it has all the ADOM access. So what we'll create one username as NSE5. Okay, for example. Of course, admin type is local. We have not integrated radius, so we'll create here. We'll just give a password as password. Admin profile will select a standard user. Okay. And here in ADOM, we'll specify the which ADOM this administrator can take access to. And here we'll assign my ADOM. So this way you can assign different ADOM to administrator. Okay, so we'll just select OK and we'll log out now. Oh, confirm password is missing. So now you can see that I can, as a root, as a global admin, I can see all the ADOM. Now we'll log out and log in with the NSE5 user. The admin name is case sensitive, so make sure that it is here. And here now you can see that you don't have any option to create on ADOM, and you don't have system setting as well because you are not a global admin. So whatever you want to do, you can perform things within this ADOM only. You cannot make any changes into any other ADOM. Okay. So above screenshot, it shows you how you can control or restrict administrative access based on administrative profile and ADOM. Now what we'll do, we will restrict access to FortiManager by configuring a trusted host, but for administrator. So I believe this is fine. It is not that required. So just to give you the information, what I can do, I will show you. Same like FortiGate, you have option for the trusted root as well. Trusted host name, host IP address as well. So we'll go to root window, which is our management. We'll go to system setting. Yeah, so if you select, if you see profile, by default, there is a profile: restricted user, standard user, super user, and package user. So this is the profile I have chosen, standard user, when I created administrator. If you see this, we have chosen administrator profile as standard. So this will give access to specific ADOM. Restricted user is read only and super user, and package user is to install the package. So if you want to give access to specific ADOM, select a standard user and select profile. If you want to create a custom profile for admin, you can do that and assign that profile here. In advanced features option, you have here the option that change password is enabled, all this stuff. And here you have trusted host option. So you can restrict this administrator to log in from specific IP address as well. Okay, now this we are not going to do test because I don't have any other machine apart from this. So it's fine. We can disable it. Else I will lose access anyway. Okay. Now by default, multiple administrator can log in into the same ADOM at the same time, which what it will do, it will allow concurrent access to ADOM. So this can cause conflict, but if two or more administrators try to make changes in the same ADOM at the same time, right, it will create a conflict. So what we are going to do, we have option to enable ADOM locking. So which allows disabling concurrent ADOM access, ADOM locking, single administrator access to the ADOM with read-write privileges, read-only access to that ADOM for all the other administrators. So we are going to do ADOM locking, or you can consider name as workspace mode. So in FortiManager, we call it as a workspace, but just for in layman term, it is a ADOM locking. So for that, we have one command which we are going to run, which is config system global to do the locking of the ADOM. Config system global, set workspace mode normal. So you can disable, enable, and keep it normal. So using this, it will lock the other administrator from making changes into the ADOM. Okay, now we will go here and click end. Now it has logged me out, of course, so I will log in from admin and click password. You see this now, this option is there, lock, green, this ADOM. You see this icon here is unlocked, so we can make changes. And here we can make lock as well. We can unlock and lock. So whoever admin logs in, he can lock and unlock the specific ADOM. So what we are going to do, we are going to lock this other admin is my ADOM. So my ADOM, it is not locked, so we will lock it. Okay. Now from different machine, I will try to access the same FortiManager. So this is another machine. Okay, we'll try to access this. So we'll access it via local IP address 10.200.1.241. Now you can see that even I logged in with admin, it's showing me as locked. So if I want to make any changes, for example, even with privilege, it is locked. I cannot make any changes here. So unless and until other admin doesn't unlock, I cannot make changes here. So once you integrate FortiManager and FortiGate, you will have a read write access. If you have the super admin profile in FortiGate, it will give you option that when you try to, we'll see this observation. So you will have better idea. When we integrate with FortiGate, we'll do this lab as well. So you will see what is the behavior. Yeah, so it will be much more easier for you to understand. As if you have any question, please put in chat and window. Question and answer, don't put it on the chat. I will not be able to see the chat. I will see the question and answer window only. Okay, so you can see that this administrator is locked. So unless and until we don't unlock, he cannot do anything. So that's how we can enable locking option. Now what we'll do, we will just disable locking. Okay, from main administrator. So you can see that I have locked it. So I will just unlock this in my ADOM and then we will see the behavior. So here now you can see that my ADOM, it is not locked, it is unlocked. So I can make changes from different machine or different admin session into my ADOM again. Okay. So these are the basic thing related to FortiManager. Okay. Now we'll take a break. A lot of people are asking for a break. Global database, for example, if you have, let me just show you. I'll show you live in FortiGate. Okay, Amar. So you can see that we have different ADOM, root, my ADOM, and we have global database. So basically, global database, it's considered it's a database where all the other ADOM can inherit the setting from. So we have a IP header policy and footer policy. So if you type this header policy, that means this policy will be on top of all the other FortiGate. And if you configure footer policy, this policy will be on bottom of all the FortiGate devices if you want to configure anything. So same way like you have header and footer in Windows Word, you can configure this two policy and this will be applied on all the FortiGate devices basically. Okay, so this is a kind of global setting which all the FortiGate ADOMs and devices will inherit setting from. So if you make any changes here, it will apply to all the ADOMs and your device level as well. So make sure that you don't make any changes unless it is necessary to put it on all the FortiGate devices. Whatever object we have, it will apply there as well. So object will not make any changes because it will just create an object. What make changes to FortiGate is the policy that you have created. So you can create two policy And this global database policy will apply to everyone. And whatever object setting you have, it will automatically all the ADOMs and your device will inherit automatically from global ADOM. Okay, it is 10:11:29 UAE time. We'll take a break for 15 minutes and we'll return at 11:45 after 15 minutes.
Recording in progress. Changes.
Hello everyone, we will begin now. So this is the lesson that we have already, I have just shown you the lab exercise for these already, ADOMs and management, but we'll just see the theory part as well. Okay, so let's begin. So let's understand about the ADOM, what is the purpose of ADOM? Okay, and we'll different ADOM that we have created. So ADOM, it enable the administrator to create grouping of device for administrator to monitor and manage. For example, administrator can manage different device to the geographical location or business division. The purpose of ADOM is to divide administration of device by ADOM and to control or restrict administrator access. ADOM are not enabled as you see by default. We can enable it from CLI or GUI. Once we change the ADOM mode, or yeah, enable it, you'll be able to you log out from the system, and basically you need to log in again to see the changes. So when you log in into ADOM, ADOM is enabled, we have to select ADOM that we want to view. And again, this is for the super admin. As we see that we can restrict the administrator as well. Now, there are two modes in ADOM. One is normal and second one is backup. So by default, normal is enabled. So in normal mode, we can make changes to the ADOM and manage devices. The main purpose of backup mode is to backup configuration change made directly to the managed device. So that's the only use case of the backup ADOM. So by default, ADOM runs in normal mode and all panes are available. ADOM is read-write, which allows you to make configuration changes to manage device, store in ADOM database, and then install those changes to manage devices. You can also make changes configuration directly to each managed device through FortiGate CLI and GUI. We will see that in the next lab. This will trigger a managed device to automatically update FortiGate revision history on FortiManager. But however, auto update has a limitation in that it updates only device manager changes and not policy or object changes. What if managed device configuration changes always need to be made directly to device and you don't want to use FortiManager only for revision control or tracking purpose? So in this case, you can configure ADOM in backup mode. When in backup mode, ADOM is read only. So the device manager pane is restricted. You can add and delete device, but the device level setting are not available for configuration. And for the same reason, other panes such as VPN manager and switch manager, that is also not available. In backup mode, you can import firewall addresses, service object to FortiManager, and FortiManager stores the object in the device manager database. You can view the object of the policy and object pane. Although you can view the object and policy object pane, the object are not stored in central database. So this lets you maintain the repository of object used by all device in backup ADOM that is separate from the main central database of FortiManager. And you can use the script feature of FortiManager to make configuration changes to manage device. But if you make changes directly to manage device, those changes need to meet specific condition in order to trigger the device to backup its configuration to FortiManager as well. Now, here is the ADOM has two devices as we mentioned by default. So it's a normal and advanced as well. So the two mode is there. So normal, we can add FortiGate and assign ADOM only. In advanced, you can assign different VDOMs on FortiGate to different ADOMs as well. So this is a global setting. So if you have different VDOM and you want to assign this VDOM to different ADOM, you need to change the ADOM mode to normal to advanced. So which device should be in each VDOM? So you can use a schema that simplifies management. For example, you could organize your device by firmware version, geographic location, assigned administrator, different customer, if you're MSSP, a device type, or organization need. So when organization manage FortiGate devices, it's always recommend to group based on the device type first, then FortiOS firmware version. Okay. For example, if you are grouping based on geographic location and have FortiGate on 5.4 and 6.0 or 6.4, okay, in the same region, it is recommended you create two ADOM based on the firmware version for the geographic location. And then you would assign both ADOM to administrator of that region. But the best practice is to use FortiManager ADOM upgrade feature and upgrade all devices to the same firmware version. So creating a VDOM, that we have already seen how we can create a ADOM in our lab. So this is just the graphical GUI option that we have seen. The next is administrative account. Okay, this is the lab. Okay, administrator account, how we can create administrator account. So in order to efficiently administer your system, it comes with pre-installed default profile. So this is what we have applied, which we can assign to other administrative user. So administrator profile define administrator permission and require for each account. So 4 profile is there, super, standard, restricted, and package. So super standard provide is a global admin. It has everything. It has access to everything. Standard profile, it has read-write access to device permission, but not system. That means you cannot make changes into FortiManager. Then restricted user, it's a read-only access. And then package user, which provide read-write access to policy package and object permission, but has read-only access for system and other permissions. And you can, of course, create your own profile as well. And you can customize both administrator profile, which is system admin, and restricted admin. So for system admin, we can modify predefined profile, or we can create custom profile. Okay. For restricted admin type, we can create new restricted admin profile to allow the specific administrator to make changes to web filter profile, IPS, and application sensor within their ADOM. So this is where we can choose the admin profile and ADOMs, policy package, and then you can use the trusted host setting as well. That's what we have seen. So this is what trusted host setting, you can put number of IP address. So it allow access from those IP address only. IPv4 and IPv6 is supported. And this is where you provide ADOM. You can specify which ADOM this administrator will access. So we have created NSE5 user and given the administrator ADOM to the NSE5 user like this way, same way. So instead of creating local admin where we validate username and password on FortiManager. We can create external server as well, Radius, LDAP, or other PKI, and we can configure two-factor authentication as well as a best practice. Same way what we do in FortiGate. And the wildcard feature is allow you to authenticate a user from one or more group configure on remote server. And to track administrative user session, including who is currently logged in, we can go to system setting, admin and administrator. Only the default administrator or admin with super user profile can see this list. Not everyone can see this list. Okay, so this is about ADOM, what we have done, just the theory part, and now concurrent administration. So as I mentioned, by default, administrator, multiple administrator, it can access same VDOM because Workspace, by default, Workspace mode is set to disable. So usually this is okay if you have used the administrator profile with non-overlapping ADOM, okay. But if there are more than one administrator and two people are changing the setting at the same time with 100 of devices in, it is very difficult. So that's where you need Workspace mode. No, super user is a profile and admin user is the administrator that you create. So you can create as many admin as you want, and you give the super user profile to the administrator. For example, Omar, you can create your administrator in FortiManager. You assign super profile to your name, so you can access everything. You are a global admin, and you can create as many admin as you want. Okay, so super user is the profile which you assign to the administrator. So Workspace mode. So this is what changes we need to make from the CLI so that each administrator can lock the admin from the GUI itself. So for example, let's see this diagram. So first, prior to making any changes, admin A locks ADOM, a green icon appear on top right side. Admin A now has read-write access and can make changes to the managed devices. If admin B sees the red icon on ADOM, admin B has read-only access to that ADOM and cannot make any changes. Once admin A finishes making changes, it saves it and unlocks the ADOM. Then the icon changes to gray unlock icon. And admin B see that ADOM is now available for use. So now admin B locks the ADOM, and again the lock icon changes to green, and now admin B has read-write access and he can safely make changes. So this reduces the conflict. So this is how we can actually unlock and unlock the admin from top right side. If you have seen in my lab as well, it will show you green, red, and gray out. Gray out means unlock. And then whatever changes you want to make, you can save it and then unlock it for other administrator so that they can start configuring from their side. So in normal workspace mode, a device or policy package must be locked before changes can be made to it. So other administrator will be unable to make changes to that device unless you unlock it on log out from FortiManager. You can unlock or you can log out. So, or you can forcibly disconnect any administrator. Then only you will be able to make changes to the device packages, which is your firewall policy, your network setting, your or address subject, all this thing. So once you lock an ADOM, it automatically removes lock on device and policy changes that we have locked within that ADOM. But we cannot lock individual devices if ADOMs are in advanced mode. So we can do this only when ADOM is in normal mode. But again, instead of doing this, you can just lock the whole ADOM and make changes to this. So this is a more granular control for specific setting within ADOM. Lastly, we will see some monitoring event. So whatever task we have carried out, where you can see. So to monitor the status of all the tasks, such as import, device upgrade, we can go to system setting, task monitor, and we can filter out the task category in a view drop down list here basically, or we can leave it as default. For example, if you can filter by running, pending, cancel task, we can identify if tasks have been is stuck for a long time. Then we can cancel or delete the task that stuck for a long time or have stopped processing, because they might prevent other tasks from being processed. So this is where you will come under task monitor and you can stop the task as well. And this system, it store the task in separate task database. And under special circumstances, it is possible to reset database, means all the task entry. Okay. Event logs. So logs provide you important troubleshooting information about the events. We can view the logs. Okay. And we can view the logs, or we can download the logs. We can view the log in raw format. We can see the historic log and the system setting and logs or event log. So by default, event log severity is set to information level. We can make changes the level using the CLI. So information level log severity provides enough detail about log message. Yeah, but if you need to work with support team, you can increase the severity level to debug to get more detail of the event logs. And if you need to focus on specific type of log message, we can use filter. For example, you can filter by level, administrator, subtype, or message. We can apply the filter and see what is the information available for that filter. Okay, event logging for FortiManager has several subtypes. So that is not part of this, but just for information, these are all the event subtype which is available. System manager, deployment manager, these are the different subtype that is available for the log type. And finally, if you want to use API to monitor your system or to set or get data using third-party device, you can use the JSON or XML API. The FortiManager API it's a very powerful tool that offers administrative web portal to customer, automate deployment and provisioning system. And if you want to use web service to monitor your system, you can download our WSDL database interface definition from FortiManager advanced setting. And web service is the standard based platform independent access mode, and the file itself defines the format of a command the FortiManager will accept, as well as the response to accept. So these are the information that you can get about the XML file or web service definition language, and you can integrate with third party as well. So this is basically the theory that for the lab that we have just seen. Now we will proceed for the next lab. Not lab. First we will proceed for the. I'll just proceed for the presentation, and then we will proceed for lab. So we will go with another introduction of lesson, which is device integration. Let me just open the new presentation. So device registration. So after this presentation, we are going to integrate FortiGate with FortiManager, and we'll see how it works. So once we finish this presentation in lab, you should be able to understand the objective like use of provisioning template, configure the template, and copy the system template profile from one ADOM to another ADOM. So we will do a lab for that as well. So provisioning template, what is first? Understand the provisioning template. So this allows you to create a profile that contains device level setting. So this template facilitate identical device level setting across many devices. You can edit and reapply the template. There are three types of template based on common device setting. First is system template, sorry, which allows you to create and manage common system level setting. Threat widget template allows you to create threat weight, sorry, which can provide information by tracking client behavior and reporting on activity that you determine risky or otherwise worth tracking. Then certificate template, which allows you to create certificate authority, uh, certificate template, add device to them, and generate certificate for selected device. And once you generate and sign the CA, you can install them using the install wizard. And now here a provisioning template, it is based on specific ADOM version. So some of the setting may not be available in all the different ADOM. Let's first talk about the system template. So system template page, it contains one generic profile name default, which is a subset of a model device configuration. And it contains the widgets such as DNS, alert email, admin setting, and other. So we can create a new device profile and configure a setting in the widget in that profile. We can use import icon to import setting from a specific managed device, which inherits system level setting. We can use the assign to device tab to associate device with a profile. We can apply this configure profile to multiple devices within the ADOM, okay, which then facilitate identical device level setting across many devices. So we will apply the default profile in system template when we add FortiGate to FortiManager in lab basically. But what if you need to apply the same system level setting to many FortiGate devices in different ADOM? So first remember, each ADOM has a unique object database, which also includes template. However, no, export and import system template from one ADOM to another ADOM, we can do that. So ADOM must be running the same firmware version. That's the criteria. So first we need to export the system template from ADOM to FortiManager file system, and then we can import that template into another ADOM. Okay, but both ADOM has to be on the same firmware version for FortiGate. So this is just a knowledge check. We can skip this. Registration method. So this is the most important thing. Basically, we will show you how to add FortiGate into FortiManager. So device manager, it provides device and installation wizard to help you perform administrative and maintenance tasks. And using this tool, it can help you to shorten the amount of time it takes to do many common tasks. So there are four main wizards: add device, install wizard, import policy, and reinstall policy. So add device, it adds the device or a FortiGate to the FortiManager, and import the configuration as well. Install wizard, it's install the configuration changes from FortiManager to the FortiGate. It allows you to preview the changes as well. And if administrator doesn't agree with changes, you can cancel it or modify it. Then we have import policy wizard. So this is import interface mapping or the policy database and basically object associated with managed device into FortiManager. So we can import all the setting from FortiGate to FortiManager for specific device. Reinstall policy, basically it installs the policy package very quickly, kind of incremental. It allows you to preview the changes that will be installed on the FortiGate. And we can access the import policy and reinstall policy, but we just need to right click on the device. That's it. So what are the method of device registration? First is the device registration method. So if the device is supported, all the detail of device are comes into automatically. You just need to put username, password, and IP address. And second method involves registration from FortiGate, where you specify FortiManager IP address and username and password. Yeah, you just have to install the policy and then you verify it. Whatever policy you have created, you have to test it on FortiGate only. It will show you whether it's successful or if there is any error in installation. From FortiManager, you cannot test. You can only push configuration. Testing, you have to do it on FortiGate device. Add device wizard. So the first registration method that we will learn is a device registration wizard on FortiManager. When this method is used, FortiManager proactively initiate and perform the registration. Administrator must have IP address and username and password. So we are going to do the lab as well for add wizard. So this is the GUI, how it looks like, and all this information about if ADOMs are enabled, we can select a custom ADOM based on the device type as well. Okay, so we are going to do this lab as well. After this presentation, we will add one device. So this is the setting. We need to know the IP address, username and password. We'll select the device by discover method. We can use add model method as well, or model device as well, to provision a new device that is not online yet. But this is more about option that we have. We have the device online, so we can use the discover message. So here in this step, once the device has been added, FortiManager determines whether FortiGate device is reachable first, discover basic information like IP address, serial number, firmware version. Okay. Now, as an admin, you can configure system template in advance and apply it to new device as they are being added to the FortiManager. So it template saves time by removing the need of repeat common configuration setting multiple times. So that's why we create a template. Basically, in that you can set the NTP, you can set a log types, what you want to set, all the stuff. So we can run the diagnose debug this command, just on FortiManager to see what is the information that is going on the back end. But again, this is just for the troubleshooting purposes. You can run this command. It is not mandatory to run it. Now, once the device is added, FortiManager checks the addition of Forti device and create initial configuration file in revision history. So this is the full configuration that contain all used and unused object in firewall policy of FortiGate. It also checks the support contract, which is useful in the event FortiManager is used as local FortiGate server for managed devices. There are two options for import policy and object. Okay. One is import now. We'll add policy in policy package and object in common shared ADOM database. Okay. And this object can be used by multiple FortiGate device in the same ADOM. And import later will only add device level setting to the device database. But the firewall policy object are not imported. Okay. This can be imported later using import policy. So we will see import now only in our lab. So the wizard, it will search for all the policy to import into FortiManager. In this step, policies are imported into new policy package under policy and object pane. At this point, we can choose whether to import all policy or selected policy, whether to import only reference object or all object, and the import all and import only policy dependent object option are selected by default when you add a device. And okay, so this is the rename of the ADOM interface mapping. Names are case sensitive, but if VDOMs are configured, you are prompted to select the VDOM you want to import. The majority of a firewall configuration, it is specific to the VDOM. Therefore, each VDOM counts as a one managed device. Okay, so if you have 10 VDOM within one FortiGate and 10 licenses to manage FortiGate on one FortiManager, if you import 10 VDOM, it will consider as 10 different FortiGate. So FortiManager props FortiGate and create an interface mapping in ADOM database. You can also rename ADOM interface mapping. Okay, the FortiGate device, it has interface port 1, and for example in this port 3, which we rename as a LAN and WAN. So this mapping is local to FortiManager database, and policy can be viewed on FortiManager as from LAN to WAN interface instead of port 3 to port 1. So we will see that in lab. So this local ADOM interface mapping can be used for multiple FortiGate devices. We need to keep in mind that ADOM interface name are case sensitive. For example, if you have an existing device with interface WAN in capital and we rename the interface as small WAN, we will see two interface name, one in capital and one in small letter in our interface list. Okay, so proper interface mapping are useful for large deployment where administrator can use common name for ADOM interface. We can also use the same name for FortiGate device interface at ADOM level. By default, add mapping for all your new device interface is enabled. Enabling this setting creates an automatic mapping to the new interface. So because that a FortiManager administrator does not need to create a manual mapping. Next, the wizard searches for FortiGate device for object to import. And if any conflict exists, that means if we have the same object available on FortiManager, it will appear here. We can view additional information as well as we can download conflict in HTML format. And if we select FortiGate from use value from column, okay, FortiManager database gets updated with that value. If you select FortiManager, the next time you install the configuration from FortiManager to FortiGate, it makes those changes to FortiGate firewall. By default, FortiGate is selected. So whatever you import it, it will be overlapped on FortiManager for object setting. Once object conflicts are noted and resolved, wizard searches for object to import. So FortiManager adds new object and update the existing FortiManager objects. So FortiManager does not import duplicate entries in ADOM database because those objects already exist in our database at FortiManager level. The final phase of wizard is to import summary. On this page of wizard, the firewall policy and object policy are imported. We can download the import report, which is only available on this page. So as a best practice, it is recommended that you download the report. Okay. So how the download report looks like, you can see here. The import report provide information such as which device is imported into which ADOM, as well as the name of the policy package created along with object imported. Now, this object and policy are created in policy and object pane for the ADOM. So FortiManager imports new object. FortiManager does not import already existed or duplicated entries into ADOM database. And if a conflict is detected, FortiManager updates the object associated with the selected device in object conflict setup of the wizard. So as shown in this example, when you import the configuration from FortiGate, comment is associated with address object named all in the device configuration. However, there is no comment associated with the address object all in FortiManager database. So when you choose the FortiGate device value and import the address object all, an entry name update previous object which is already there in the import report. Dynamic object can also be created whereby a single object name has a different value depending on which device it is installed. So for example, because we rename port 3 to LAN and port 1 to WAN on interface mapping setup of wizard, on FortiManager, the policy shows being imported from LAN to WAN interface, as you can see, right? However, on FortiGate, the policy shows port 1 to port 3. So this is called dynamic mapping. Firewall policy created in policy package refer to this mapping. When the policy packages are installed, the interface mapping is translated to local interface on managed devices. So dynamic mapping is useful when installing same policy package to multiple FortiGate. The second option is add wizard by add model name or add model device. So which allows you to add device which is not online. Using this option, you can create a configuration in advance. You can link the real device using a FortiGate serial number, which is mandatory, as well as a pre-shared key, a unique pre-shared key if adding multiple FortiGate devices. Okay. So on the FortiGate side, you need to configure FortiGate to point to FortiManager for this option. So this is important for minimal touch deployment, such as when we use FortiDeploy. This is a separate thing. And if you're using a serial number to add a FortiGate as a model device, we need to configure FortiManager IP address on FortiGate under central management configuration. And if we are using a pre-shared key to add a model device, we need to configure central management configuration. Plus, we need to run a register device command from FortiGate CLI. So this command requires FortiManager serial number along with a pre-shared key. And FortiGate device is automatically prompted as register device once the FortiGate is deployed with its basic IP and routing configuration to reach FortiManager. Then you can install pre-configured configuration from FortiManager to FortiGate device. So let's just look. So this is how you can do it from FortiGate GUI. Okay, you can provide the central management. You can keep it as enable and IP address and assign it. Click apply. So how does FortiGate move from unregistered device to registered device? So this happens on the FortiManager side. Once the request is made from FortiGate, it appears under these devices appear under unregistered device. So administrator of FortiManager reviews the detail, and if satisfied, it can add or authorize the device. And if ADOMs are enabled, device appear in root ADOM, which is management ADOM of FortiManager. Okay, and the root ADOM is based on the FortiGate ADOM type. So you can add only FortiGate device to the root ADOM. Alternatively, if we have created custom ADOM based on FortiGate ADOM type, we can add the FortiGate to the custom ADOM as well. So from FortiManager CLI, we can enable automatic registration for unregistered device. But we still need to run the import policy wizard to import a device firewall policy into policy packages. Omar, you will see that in the lab, we are going to perform the lab as well. So when we import the policy, it was already there on the slide where when we register a device and select import policy, there we define port 3 as LAN and port 1 as WAN. We are going to do a lab for this as well. So you will get information of devices on FortiManager, which is configured. If there is nothing is configured, then there is by default, nothing will come. So then you will have to configure it manually once the import wizard is completed. You will get more idea how actually it works. So if there is no port 2 is not defined on FortiGate, no IP address is there, you will not get any information there on FortiManager. If something is configured on port 2, any IP, it will appear. This is just for reference. It's not that port 1 and port 3 is hard-coded. You will get all the port information as well if it is configured. And even if you want to map it manually, you can do it later as well, which we are going to do. So if we want to add a multiple FortiGate device simultaneously, we can enable this option show add multiple button under admin setting, which enables the option for adding multiple devices under device manager. And then we can just click on plus sign, enter FortiGate IP address and password. Similarly, how we added only one device. So same way we can add multiple devices as well. And this is where it will show you the registered device. It with green means it is registered device and it is up and running under managed FortiGate devices. Some FortiManager device can work with the self manager to manage. This is FortiGate 5000 series chases. So first you need to enable chases management on system setting advanced. Once enabled, you can add the chases in the default chases ADOM. So this is for more than 5000 series appliances. There is a different ADOM available. FortiManager physical device or VM license, it supports a limited number of devices, depending on the device size and license type. A FortiGate HA cluster count as a single device, as does a virtual domain. Okay, so this is because the bulk of the configuration related to firewall policy and object. And a device that is in cluster will not increase the size of configuration because devices in the cluster are running the same configuration. The use of VDOM increase the size of configuration. For example, if there are two FortiGate devices in HA, both FortiGate devices have same configuration and are counted as one device in FortiManager. However, enabling VDOM increase the size of configuration because each VDOM is logically separated firewall. So that is the reason why it will count as one device. So if it's two device in HA, it will count as one. If it's three VDOM, it will count as three device. FortiGate HA cluster, it is managed a single device and has a unique ID. So we can use the diagnostics DVM device list command to see the cluster member from CLI. So FortiManager is unaware of and will not verify FortiGate HA synchronization status. FortiGate HA configuration on FortiManager is read-only using the GUI. It is retrievable and visible, but cannot be modified. So FortiGate HA configuration will also not be applied to FortiGate during installation. So this is to avoid override the HA configuration. However, if FortiGate HA role have changed, you can force an HA failover using FortiManager. So FortiGate configuration changes the HA parameter. It will not modify the checksum and will not cause an out of sync situation on FortiGate. But again, HA, we don't have devices in HA. So we are going to add a register device. We will import the setting. Okay. And this is the lab. Okay, that's it. So now we are going to register a device on FortiManager. We'll add two devices basically and see how we can import the policy, how we can map dynamic interface and see that everything. Okay, so this is FortiManager. If you remember, I'll just open the lab again. So now we are going to import this local FortiGate and this remote FortiGate into FortiManager. This two FortiGate we are going to import. This one. Here, so we'll go to root VDOM. It's a management VDOM. So we are going there into root. Okay. Or we can add it into this ADOM as well. So sorry, we will add into my ADOM only because it is running on 6.4 firmware. Okay, so now we will go to device manager. First, we will provision one template. So template is nothing but the common setting on device level, which we are going to apply to everyone. So this, you can see this template is assigned to 0 device. Okay, we'll just lock it. It's not required, but we'll just lock it. Okay. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to create a template and we'll configure FortiAnalyzer. Here you see that we have FortiAnalyzer as well. Okay. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a template so that all the FortiGate will send a logs to FortiAnalyzer. Okay. So let me just open FortiAnalyzer first, whether it's running. Okay, it's up and running. Admin, show system, I'm sorry, password. Let's see what is the IP address. Okay, we'll just assign one IP address so that it can communicate with each other. This is FortiAnalyzer, so just making sure that okay, it is configured. Let me just check. Just adding one route on FortiAnalyzer to give the internet access. Edit to at device port 4. Destination will give internet access to FortiAnalyzer as well. Set gateway 168.72 and everything. Okay, internet is working. So 72.150 we have given access, right? So let's see FortiAnalyzer is I can access it. Yeah, it is accessible. Let's see if any device is registered. If it is, we will remove everyone. Removes Windows, so I just turn it off. This is FortiAnalyzer. I'm just checking if any device is registered or not. Okay, no, okay, these are different devices. I'll just remove it. So, okay. Okay. So now we are going to add one template. So what we are going to do, we'll configure this specific setting here. Okay, for advanced option, I believe log setting. Yeah, send logs to FortiAnalyzer, and we'll specify that every FortiGate when we connect, it will send logs to this IP address, which is 192.150, and it will be in the real time. Okay, encrypted log we don't, it's fine, we will just keep it as it is. We'll click apply. We'll save it. And we will delete all the other DNS setting and whatever is there, we will just delete. So this is a template we are going to apply to all the FortiGate, which we are going to import into this ADOM. Setting is save, and we will click save here. So configuration is also saved now. So let's first go into the local FortiGate, okay, and see if, okay, let's see if I have set anything here in the fabric. I'll just remove this, okay. Just going to turn off this FortiGate, okay, spoke. Okay, so now we'll run command to see if it is managed by FortiGate. So the command is get system central management. Okay, so you can see that the FortiManager port is there. It is enabled, but we don't see any information about FortiManager. Okay, so it is normal type. We can't see anything about FortiManager. Okay. Now, what we are going to do, we will add a device, this device into FortiManager. So we'll go to FortiManager. We'll go to device and group now. We'll add a device from here. So we'll click add device. We'll click device IP address, which is local IP address. So this can be any IP, it has to be reachable. That's it. Put your username and password and click next. So it shows the information about FortiGate IP address, serial number, model number, whatever is there. Okay, so now we can give a name. So we'll give name as local FortiGate, whatever it is. And system template, we will choose default, what we have just created. So that means it should automatically takes the information about FortiAnalyzer. So we'll click next. So then it will shows the information about the discovering a device, creating database. It is pulling all the information from FortiGate. Okay, we'll click import now. It will take few time, so it is taking policy selection. So here you can see that you'll get port 1, port 2, port 3. So these are used port. Okay, so that's why now you are able to see that this port you want to map in into FortiGate and give any name. So will the port 1 and port 2 in my FortiGate, for example, are WAN port. I'll just show you. So this port 1 and port 2 are WAN port and port 3 is LAN port. So I will give name as WAN 1 and WAN 2, and port 3 I will give name as LAN. So these are device interface because it has been created and there is some use of this interface. For example, if you see reference, it has been used 2 times, it has been used 2 times. All the other devices you will not see because it hasn't been configured yet. Okay, of course you can manually, once the wizard option is completed, you can manually go to device and map all the interfaces of this FortiGate. But this option appears only at the time of import wizard. So we'll select import all object and import policy object, and we'll see if there is any conflict. Dynamic default mapping has been used. Let's see if per device. Okay. SSL root already object exists. We'll give name as WAN.10 and WAN 11. I believe it is already there. And LAN 11. Let's see. Let's see if without normalizing interface we can do it. Okay, let me see if we have delete. Will install delete the device. I will begin it from beginning. Let me first see if we have any object used here. No, implicit deny, object configuration. Okay. So these are by default. These are devices that we have, which we created today only at 12. So we'll just delete it. Okay, let's try to edit again. Okay, now we will import it. Let's see. Yeah, now it is showing normalized interface per device. Okay, let's give a name as WAN 1. WAN 2. Let's see, port 1, port 2, port 3. Let's see, now we have mapped to the same interface, whatever it is there on FortiGate. So now it is showing the conflict here, okay, which is SSL web portal. So you can use the value from either FortiGate or FortiManager, which will override. So we'll select that, we'll use FortiManager. Firewall profile option, we'll select from FortiManager. You can see the view conflict as well. So this is the comment about the services, which is same. So basically you want to use FortiGate value or FortiManager value for these two things. So we'll select the visual use value from FortiManager and select next. So it shows that what are the duplicate information that it has found out. Okay, and what are the new object that it is going to import if there is any setting on FortiGate. So we'll select next. Okay, so 8 polychain object are imported. We'll select finish and we'll save the setting. Okay, now on FortiGate we will see same, we'll run the same command, get system central management. Now you can see that it is showing type as FortiManager, serial number of FortiManager, and IP address of FortiManager. So now it is connected. Okay, now we'll check the local FortiGate policy on FortiManager. So we'll go to device manager and policy and object. So this is default policy which is there on FortiManager. This is local FortiGate policy which is there on FortiManager. So here you can see that we have two policy for internet from port 3 to port 1. Okay, so we haven't done any mapping here. It was giving us error, so we have mapped the same devices here. So you can see that it is showing us two policy which is there on FortiGate. Object configuration also we can see. So these are the information which it can see. All these are by default information available on Forti. When you added ADOM, it created this information. So see where is port 1, for example. So you can see that port 1, it has been added here today at 11:30. Let's see. Port 10, port 1, it is not showing again. Let's see port 2 if we can see. Let me just delete the setting and go beginning. So do one thing, we'll apply now the system template that we have created. So we'll go to policy and object, and we'll go to device manager, and we'll provision the template now what we created. So we'll go to provision template, which is default. What we'll do, we'll add one NTP server here now. Okay, so it is not there, NTP server, and then we'll import it from local FortiGate. Okay, so it shows the information. It is using FortiGuard. Okay, information. And we'll click apply. And we'll save this. So now we will import another FortiGate using device manager, remote FortiGate. Okay, let me just see if the other FortiGate is also up or not. Admin password, system interface. Okay. It is up. Let me just turn it off. Four, 7. Just shut down and reboot. I will reboot one FortiGate. We'll try to add it again. Okay, this FortiGate is up now. Let me try to access the second FortiGate, 172.134. Issue it is validating. Let's try to edit anyway. So we'll add another FortiGate. Go to device manager. Version group, we'll add another FortiGate as well, which is remote. We'll call it as a remote FortiGate. So the IP is 1234 password. So we'll call it as remote FortiGate. Apply the system template to this one as well. Okay, what I have done. Remote FortiGate. I cannot apply space, so now it should take it. So we are adding two FortiGate device into FortiManager, and then we will, after the import is in registration is done, we'll push some policy and configuration. Okay, we'll select import now. Okay, next. We'll select, quickly add the device. This one doesn't have any setting, so it's only set one authentication policy is taken. So you see that for remote FortiGate, we haven't import anything, so it is showing never install. Whereas local FortiGate, we imported everything, so policy package is local FortiGate root. So that is the reason it is showing that. So this two-way you can import FortiGate into FortiManager. Okay. Now after this, we are going to perform some labs for device level configuration and installation. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a policy here on FortiManager. A device manager basically will create some object, and then we will push it to FortiGate, both FortiGate from here. So I believe we can take a lunch now. It's 1 p.m. We'll be right back after, what is time now? 1:35. I believe 35 minutes is enough for everyone to take a break. So we'll take a lunch break now, guys. Yes, sir. Mhm. 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 Okay. हम्म, लेकिन आज करना है 2 दिन में। हाँ हाँ, कल भी ट्रेनिंग है एनएससी फल का। ठीक है, ओके ओके। हम्म, Hello everyone, I'm back. We'll begin now. Quickly, we'll go to device level configuration and installation. So basically in this, we are going to perform some configuration on FortiManager and we'll push it to FortiGate device from FortiManager and we'll see the behavior. So let's just look at the device level setting and manage device status. So device level setting, to configure the registered device, basically, we can go to the device or VDOM in device manager. So in our example, it's local FortiGate is selected. Okay, you can see here the local FortiGate is selected. And the device level setting of manage FortiGate, it can be viewed and configured from the toolbar at the top here. Okay, which we are going to do. So what we'll do, we'll create one static route. Okay, so most of the setting, for example, here. So we'll create a static route here. Oh, sorry, this is VDOM. Just configure CLI object and manage device. Hello everyone, can you, yeah, here we will create one static route, okay, from FortiGate, and then we will push it to, from FortiManager, and then we will push it to FortiGate. So most of the setting that you see here have one-to-one correlation with device configured. Okay, and we will check it from CLI as well. So the CLI object option, I know it allows you to configure device setting that are normally available and configure only through GUI, CLI. So not everything will be enabled of CLI option on FortiManager. We'll have to go and select the specific function, whether it's on or off. So for HA logs, it's off. So if you want to see HA logs from CLI FortiGate on manager, you will have to turn it on display setting. We can add a VDOM to manage device as well from device manager pane. So adding a VDOM is configuration change. So you need to install these changes on managed device. Now, this is how we will going to do perform the lab. Now let's look at the flow of this. So this diagram show the status of managed FortiGate. Okay, FortiManager keeps FortiGate configuration in the revision history, and the latest revision history is compared with FortiGate configuration to provide you sync status, whether it's in sync or not. And the latest revision history is also compared with device level database of FortiGate, which indicate if FortiGate configuration has changed on FortiManager. So knowing overall configuration status of managed device, it helps the administrator identify issue and take appropriate action from FortiManager, whether it's synchronized, whether it's pending, whether modified, it is out of sync, it is conflict, or unknown. So if it's unknown, that means FortiManager is unable to determine the synchronization status. So this on the device manager pane, we can click on FortiGate device to select and view it dashboard. So we can see the sync status, whether it's synchronized, out of sync, or unknown here. So this will give us indication whether the configuration of FortiGate is in sync with FortiManager. So installation preview, basically under the same configuration in installation status we can click on preview to view the changes made to device database on FortiManager. So these are exact command that will be installed on this FortiGate. So these are the command that going to be run on FortiGate. So we are going to run one, we are going to configure one static out. This is why the device setting status is tagged as modified. Did you see that? That means we have done some modification. And diagnose DVM device list, it shows a compare. This command provides a list of all the devices for manage and unregistered device and gives you serial number information, IP information, HA mode status, and other information. It also shows the Other information like database is modified, configuration is in sync, condition for installation is pending or not, whether the connection is up or down. So this is a CLI command, diagnose DVM device list. And finally, you can use the diagnose FGFM session list to verify that this tunnel uptime between FortiManager and FortiGate devices. So which display the connecting IP address of all managed devices. Okay. And it shows the link level address assigned by FortiManager to FortiGate device for management traffic as well. So this is a level knowledge check. We can proceed. We'll quickly see the installation process. This is more theoretical. I just want to give you the high level view how the installation process looks like from theoretical part, and then we will perform lab. So this diagram, it illustrates the installation process that pushes changes from the device manager pane to a device. For completeness, the policy and object pane is also included in this illustration. When a new configuration is installed, FortiManager compares the latest revision history running on the device with the changes made on FortiManager. And FortiManager then create a new revision in a revision history and install these changes to the managed devices. So install wizard option involves FortiManager install wizard. So installation process, it starts with the install wizard option, which do not take immediate effect. They have to be installed, and until they are installed, the device setting status remain as modified. So during installation, you are asked to choose between two different types: install device setting only and install policy and policy packages and device setting both. So it will install everything: firewall policy, object, all the other settings. Once we do that, it will gives us the option. You can select which device basically we want to apply for. If you have multiple devices, you can choose on how many devices you want to install this new setting. And installation previews the basically CLI command. What are the changes that are going to be made on FortiGate? You can click on install preview and see it. And finally, we can install it and see the status. If it's successful, it will show you the status as successful. If it's if there is an error, it will give you information as error. And logs also, we can see that what are the command that we have implemented. So basically, whatever we are going to do, it will push the command on FortiGate and make GUI appear differently, whatever we have made changes to policy and object and device level setting. The install config wizard, it allows you to perform quick installation of device level setting without the install wizard, without launching install wizard. So when we use this option, we cannot preview the changes prior to committing. So you have to be very certain before using this option, because the install can't be cancelled after the process is initiated. So I don't recommend everyone to use this, but this option is also there. So this is very quick compared to install wizard, kind of play and plug. Quickly go to the revision history. So revision history is basically gives you information. It's created by many different operators, such as adding device, installing changes, retrieving a configuration, or a concurrence of auto update. So FortiManager maintain a repository of configuration that has been made to devices. Now, if the managed device configuration is modified directly from FortiGate, it will compare the checksum with the history checksum, okay, and it create a new revision history in its repository. It then updates the FortiManager database, which includes device level setting. But the policy and objects are updated using import policy wizard only. And if the changes are made from FortiManager to managed device, when we perform install wizard option, it will compare the checksum with the latest revision history to the database of FortiManager and create a new revision history. So this is again whatever is going on the background. It shows that information. It stores all this history revision history repository. It stores all configuration for devices, tags. It tags as well revision with a different version and ID number, and the installation and created by column. It provide detail about action, process, or the administrator that has created the revision. No, if the installation process is complete, you cannot roll back. Once you push it, the configuration is applied. What you can do, you can create another policy object, another template or another policy object and push it, which will remove the new setting. So what you can do, you can import the new setting from FortiGate, and then once you import the database, you can delete that and push that template again to the FortiGate to the changes that you made to delete or to revoke it. But once you push the configuration, there is no rollback option. Okay. So view install log. So basically this gives you can view the installation is done from FortiManager. Okay. And it shows the name of an administrator who has done the installation. It's automatically filled with installation column is automatically filled with install entry. So these are the revision for which you can view the install log. So if you're not satisfied with the running configuration, there are multiple ways to resolve it. So you can modify the configuration and then install it on managed device. You can modify configuration directly on FortiGate device. You can retrieve the configuration, okay, and after that, once you retrieve it, you can revert to previous configuration as well. Once you retrieve it, and you can import the FortiGate configuration from local computer as well. You can download the backup file and upload it here. So FortiManager support importing only configuration file that are downloaded from FortiManager. So this is a retrieve configuration, the revision history. It allows you to create new revision from current configuration. You can retrieve config. So FortiManager checks and compare the configuration of managed device and current revision history on FortiManager. And if there is any difference, FortiManager create a new ID for revision. Now this option can be used to resync the FortiGate device with FortiManager database. And here is your answer, how to revert it basically. So the green check mark in the revision history indicate which revision history configuration correspond to device manager database configuration. Okay, it shows you that information with time and date. It is usually the top entry which is synchronized. So a revert option within the revision history will change the device to the previous configuration. But for that, we must install this reverted change on FortiGate. We cannot just revert it and there is no button to revert the old configuration and put it. We have to install the new revision history, which is older, which is before you made any changes. And then you can install that history or the basically configuration to the same FortiGate. So it will revert to the old setting. So, but you can revert it to any previous revision just by right clicking the entry and click revert. Okay, the selected previous entry for revert, it will auto update the installation column to revision history. So it will push the configuration again to the FortiGate, which is whatever old configuration is that it will push it to the new, push it again to the FortiGate basically. So here is the option. If you right click, you can revert and you can see which configuration you want to install, and then you can push it to the different configuration. So this will install. As I mentioned, you must install these reverted changes on FortiGate. So it is not exactly a rollback, but there is a way to go to the previous configuration. Now let's check it is fine. We can proceed. Okay, and now we are going to configure some static rule and other stuff, and we will push it to FortiGate. Okay, so just log in, Ravi password. Okay. Okay, we'll go to root FortiGate. Okay, we'll go to device, and first we will use the install wizard option. Okay. Oh, it is showing. Okay, I believe it is in different video. Okay, it is in 6.4. Yeah. So here you can see it is sync. This is modified. What we are going to do, we are going to install default system template changes to local FortiGate using install wizard. So install, we'll have, well, first we will select. Okay, it is not showing. Okay, just my. Yeah, I believe yes. So thank you. I think I have enabled ADOM. I forgot by myself. Okay, we'll go to wizard. Yeah, we'll use the install wizard option. Okay. And we are going to install first only device level setting. Okay. Let's okay, and then let's see what it shows. Okay, instead of 140 we will choose both. Showing only 2200.1.1y. Okay, we will apply it to 140 only right now, and we'll click next. So it shows the connection is up when we will install it. Here you can see the install preview as well. It shows what are the command that it's going to push on the different managed FortiGate devices. Okay, we will install it. Local FortiGate copy, it is creating copy as well. It is updating to the remote FortiGate. The managed device. Here you can see the installation log, progress report, and how many in progress, pending, complete, all this information. Shows 0 warning, 2 successful. It's successful. Okay. Now it is showing synchronized. So remote FortiGate was already synchronized. That was the reason we are not able to push anything, because everything was in sync. Okay, so if you want to just go and see configuration and installation status, it is showing as a revision. Okay, device setting. So it is showing us that the synchronize and the system template is the default that we have applied, and it has 2 revisions. So we can see it and revision. So we can just right click here and we can revert to this configuration. So this is the latest one, and this was the old one. So we can right click and revert to old configuration. So it will basically push the new old configuration to device again. Okay, so this is the way, this basic setting basically. how we can push the device configuration from FortiManager to FortiGate. So we can push the template like this way. Let's check if we can see any logs. Okay. Now we'll go to Task Manager basically now. We go to the task that we have just assigned, Task Monitor. So here you will see whatever task you have assigned, whether there is any error or successful. So it shows the information about that. So we can view detail as well. On local FortiGate is successful. We can view the installation log as well. What installation log has been done. So here it has enabled the configuration of FortiGate analyzer setting, basically. So it will send a log in real time to FortiAnalyzer. So that's the new push that we have done. Now we will just make some device level configuration. So we will go to the configuration device level and we'll apply it to remote FortiGate. That's for just for the sake of example. Okay. So in dashboard here, we'll go to interface. Okay. Port 4, let's say port 4. It is, will enable telnet for port 3, or let me just cancel it. We can enable it for, what is this port connected to, or we'll enable telnet for this port. So SSH is disabled for this IP 172. No, not this port. Yeah, port 8. It is on DHCP. So we'll enable SSH and telnet for this port. Okay, we'll click OK now. So now if we go to manage the, okay, I haven't saved it. Let me first save it. Now if we go to manage device, it shows that it's modified. That means we have made some modification on FortiManager and it has not been applied to remote FortiGate device. Okay. So this means that device level database changes has been made. So the status, it shows that modified. So here you can see that one device configuration has been modified. Synchronize is 1, out of sync is 1. So we can do the filtration by this option as well, from directly from manage device to this option. Same thing for connection, whether it's up, down, unknown, policy package modified. So this is device level modified and this is policy package. So the difference is device level is like an interface, all this stuff. Policy is IP address, object, firewall policy, web filter, everything. It will be done here under policy package. We'll configure one admin account as well. Okay. So we'll go and enable administrator. Okay, we will select customize and we will enable administrator, admin setting and administrator as well as admin profile, and we'll click OK. So here now we can select administrator. Instead of Ravi, I will create one local administrator as NSE5. We'll give password as password. So this is on remote FortiGate and admin profile as read only. Let's give it read only. Okay. And we'll select OK. We'll save it. Now, if we go to manage device, this is also showing as modified this FortiGate because we have made some changes into this FortiGate. Now we will apply these changes again. Okay, so let's first go to the remote FortiGate. Okay, last installation is none. So config is, so here we can see the install preview, what we are going to install. If we put some whatever changes that we have made. So we'll see what changes that it will made to the FortiGate again. So you see this, this will the command, these are the command that we will put: set allow access, HTTPS, ping, telnet, FMGB fabric. Okay. Now we will install this setting, device level setting only to both FortiGate. Same way for local will be there. So we'll go to device, we'll install this new setting. Okay, click install. It is taking four tasks is in progress, as you can see. Four is successful. Okay, we can see the installation log as well. We can click for successful. Okay, it is done. So we'll go finish. Now it will show us a synchronize. So if I go to local FortiGate, okay, I should be able to log in. Notice the IP which is 1032 with NSE5. Okay, let me just log out, or we can check it here itself. Let's go to system administrator. You can see this user has been pushed to this FortiGate. So if we log out now and try to log in, for example, let's log in with admin only. It will give you the notification that this is currently managed by FortiManager. All changes should be performed from FortiManager to avoid any conflict. How would you like to proceed? So if you can write it with login read write, login read only, or you can log out. So we'll log in with read login read only. We want to make any changes. Same way it goes for NSE5 user which we have created. Login read only, because this user itself has login read only option profile. So it has login read only option available. So this is how we can push any device level configuration or policy level configuration to FortiGate devices. Okay. The same way, if we go to local FortiGate devices, okay, here we can push device level configuration. If you want to push the policy and object, you want to create anything, remote FortiGate, you want to create any policy, for example, you can do it the same way. You can install it using install wizard option and push the policy configuration as well. So same thing goes for policy and object and device manager. Let me know if you have any question. No, there is no way to stop it. So as I mentioned, for example, I'll do it again. Let's go to remote for local FortiGate. Okay. For example, if I just delete this user, what is another question? No, that you cannot do make changes because it is pushing certificate, all this information. We cannot make any changes. But whenever you made any changes, for example, I will just delete this user. Okay. Okay, I will save it. For example, if I go to manager, it will show as modified. Okay. Now, if I go double click here on the dashboard on this device, it will show me install preview basically. So whenever you push any configuration, before that, you can always come here on FortiGate and click on install preview. So it will show you what are you going to make changes to. So this is what it was. It's going to purge this basically NSE file user. Okay. So before you install it, you will get this all the information here in the dashboard and default. Okay. We'll start the new lesson now, which is policy and object. So we have done device level setting. We'll go and do changes into policy and object as well. So we'll quickly, I will just open the slide presentation and then we can proceed for the last lab today. Let me share my screen again. Policy and object. So same way like device level setting, now this is policy and object level setting. So it's kind of considered as a full configuration that we are going to implement. And so before FortiManager can manage policy and object, we must first understand the features of policy and object pane. So which we can use to customize policy. Typically, admin may want to customize access and policy based on a factor, based on the geographic location or security or legal requirement. So this is the overview. You can create multiple policy package in single ADOM. FortiManager allows you to customize policy package for each device or VDOM in specific ADOM. So you can point this policy package to a single device or multiple device or all device or a single VDOM or multiple VDOM. So FortiManager helps simplify provisioning of new devices by allowing you to copy or clone existing policy package. So you can just import the policy from one device and push it to another device as well. So we can also create the ADOM revision, which allows us to maintain the revision of policy package, same like device level setting. So that in terms of the workflow, there is no difference in device level setting and policy workflow. So policy package, it simplifies centralized firewall policy management by providing a useful container for firewall rules. So policy package contain firewall policy, which in turns link to object you define on object configuration pane. Object shares the common object database for each ADOM. You can share object among multiple policy packages in the ADOM, and you can manage the common policy package for many devices in ADOM basically, or you can have a separate policy package for each device. So there is a full flexibility. Here, the only thing is while policy package, it allows for multiple version of firewall policy rule set, the object reference, for example, IP address or URL or a destination address or the services, in those packages, they do not have multiple version. They use only current values. So you need to be very careful when you choose the object in policies. In single ADOM, admin can create multiple policy packages. FortiManager allows you to customize the policy package for each device or VDOM in specific ADOM, or apply a single policy package for multiple devices in an ADOM. By defining the scope of policy package, an administrator can modify policies in the specific package without changing other policy packages. Same goes for object. So objects are managed in a single database that is unique to that ADOMs. So object inside the database, it includes the firewall object, security profile, a user, and devices. Objects are shared in the ADOM and it can be used among multiple policy packages. This simplifies the job of the administrator. For example, you can create a security profile once and attach it to multiple policy packages for installation on multiple FortiGate devices. So what we are going to do the object configuration as well. Let's see some of the display option. This allows you same like what we have seen in device level. So allows you to display specific feature in the FortiManager GUI. This again depends on the ADOM version, and it is vary from one ADOM to another ADOM. Then we have policy folder, which helps you to manage your policy packages. You can customize policy based on organization or your requirement in a specific policy folder. So for example, you can create a new policy folder, subfolder in a policy new folder or a sub policy folder to help you better organize your policy packages. And then you can push it anywhere, anytime when you want. To create a policy in a policy package, that is IPv4 policy, we can create a new policy or edit an existing policy. We can right click the sequence number of existing policy to view more option like clone, copy, paste, move, same way what we see in FortiGate. To add or remove object from firewall policy, we can click on object selection column. The currently used object is highlighted in yellow. And when you select other object in the list, they are also highlighted in yellow. This is search option, basically same way what you get in FortiGate. It simplifies the search. You can do the filter by column. You can also find and replace. Basically, you can find and replace object using multiple policy and packages. We can right click on an object and select find and replace. So all policies in all packages are searched, and all concurrent of the found object are displayed in the find and replace dialog box. Then we can replace some object with multiple object, basically what you do in Word or text file. And finally, the installation target. So a policy package has a targets one or more devices, same like we have done for we have it for device level configuration. Okay. So we can edit or delete the installation target on this installation target pane. So for each policy package, there is an installation target. So when you use the installation wizard, it will apply all the policies to all the installation target within the packages. And if there is no changes had been made, then nothing will. If it's synchronized, basically, no new configuration will be done. But what if you need to share the policy package among many devices, right? With the exception of only few policies. So you can perform granular installation target per rule, basically, in actual policy. So by clicking the policy install on column allows you to target device to add or remove or set to default. So each policy also you can have a different target, basically, a different FortiGate device. Dynamic object. So this is where you can map any of the interface or any of the object with different interface in all the FortiGate. Whether it is configured or not, you can configure in dynamic object. And you can enable the per device mapping, so that object will be applied on each device individually. Okay. Now here's the interface mapping. So interface mapping on policy and object, it dynamically map to the interface. Firewall policy create in policy package refer to this mapping. So after we install the policy package, this mapping is translated to local interface on managed devices. So in the example, you can see the external is mapped to WAN 2 when you install the policy on FortiGate. So external is translated to WAN 2 locally on FortiGate devices, same way. And trusted zone is mapped to DMZ1 and DMZ2. So when we install a policy package, it creates a trusted zone locally on FortiGate device that contain DMZ1 and DMZ2 interfaces, which is here. Here's the example which we are going to do a lab for. So external is mapped to WAN 2 on managed FortiGate. Therefore, after a firewall policy is installed on managed FortiGate, the external interface will appear as when2 on FortiManager, and locally it will appear as it is whatever we have mapped. On FortiManager, it is possible to delete a use object. So FortiManager will display a warning message stating that object is currently used by firewall policy. And to view the reference of this object, you can click where used, basically. Okay. And if you delete this object, it will replace with none object. So none object is equal to none, which means any traffic that matches that firewall policy will be blocked unless there is a more broad policy. So you need to make sure that you don't delete any object if it is reference to something. We can find the unused object as well by just right clicking on the option, and it will show you all the unused object, and we can delete it. Same way we can find the duplicate option. So you can merge it as well to using the tool search bar. So it found, and we can, after duplicate found, we can use the same this wizard object to merge the object if needed into any other object that we have. So you can basically override the setting here. You don't delete it. This policy checks is look for the consistency and conflict in the policy package. So this helps you to optimize firewall rule to potentially reduce the size of policy package database. Basically. So you can select a policy, then in policy package in the drop down list, you can we can click policy check here. Okay, and in here we can click for the policy consistency checkbox, and you can select one of perform policy consistency check or view last policy consistency check result. So this is one of the example. You can see the policy ID 2 and 1 have same source and destination in terms of interface and object, but have different services. And finally, the clone policy, we can clone a policy package. We can select it, and then in the drop down, we can click clone policy object. So clone policy package. We can edit as well, and you can copy it totally. So here in this slide, existing policy package local FortiGate, it is clone and name is clone of local FortiGate. And the new policy package, it has the same installation target as local FortiGate policy package. So we should not point more than one policy package at a target because that increase the chance of user error. So make sure that the one device is only in one policy package target list. So we'll see that how actually it works basically. So now we will configure this basically policy package as well and see how it look, how we can apply basically all the setting that we have done on FortiGate policy package to remote FortiGate. Okay, we'll go to add device. Oh, sorry. So this is the policy object here. You can see basically. I believe we have already imported everything. That's why it is showing us all the policy and object. Okay. Now, here is the policy, firewall policy that we have on local FortiGate here. We haven't created anything. Let me just log out from NSE5 and log in with admin. Here you can see the internet policy, same what we have seen here, the internet and I. Okay. Now, there is one option in FortiManager, that is workflow mode, which is to control creation of policy as an object. It basically helps us to ensure that all the changes are reviewed and approved before they applied. So it is similar to ADOM locking, but It allows administrator to submit their configuration changes for approval, and the configuration changes are not committed to FortiManager database until approval administrator approves those configuration. And once the main administrator approves, then only these changes will be made. So what we are going to do, we will first enable the workspace mode so that nobody can make direct changes and into FortiGate database. Set workspace mode as workflow. Yes, we will end it, and we will make main administrator as a approval. Just log me out. So we'll make config system a workflow approval matrix. Okay, we'll create one, edit my ADOM. My ADOM. Okay. Okay, we will config one approval. We'll edit it. We will set member as admin. So admin is the approval to make any changes into my ADOM. And it next and now we will log in with a different user. Let's see, NSE5 is there, I believe. Yeah, we will log in with NSE5 username now. Fine. This is one other administrator. So we will log it and make some changes basically. Policy and object. We'll create one session list. Basically, we'll see the session list. Okay. We'll create one session. Let's give it a name as training. Now we will go to object configuration. Okay. And in object configuration, we will create policy. So let's find some a duplicate object first. So you can see that these are the duplicate address that we have found. We can either merge it. Okay, so we'll just try to merge this with all this setting. So now this fabric device, we will merge it with this all new device. Okay, we will click merge. Merge all with all. So let's merge it, or we can merge it with portal address as well. It is fine. It is reserved. Okay, I believe that's why. Internet service provider is also unique. FTP is also one. We won't be able to duplicate. Okay, where we can go now. Let's create one address object basically. And firewall address object, address, create new. We'll create one address object. Okay, we'll give a name as Linux, for example, or anything we can give. believe or Linux, I will give IP. FortiGate IP. We can give name 1.1.1. I will just select the it is subnet/32. I'll click create. These are the address object that we have. Okay, now where used is option is not available. If we just double click, it shows us the information about this. So we haven't done any mapping here. That's why it's not showing it anywhere. For example, let's see this, for example, SSL tunnel interface. It is also not done. Let's add this address object firewall IP. First of all, save it. We'll add this address object into our firewall policy. So in this policy, internet policy from port 3 to port 2, will instead of all, we will add this address object, which is FortiGate IP. We'll select OK. Okay, now we will save it and see if it has showing us whether it has been used somewhere. Let me see. Here you can see where used option. So it shows that where it has been used. It has been used under the source address, under firewall policy, and the local policy package. Now what we'll do, we'll try to delete this now. Are you sure? Okay. So it shows that where it has been used. So we'll just select, click anyway, we'll delete it. We'll save the setting. So it has deleted those address which we have called on firewall policy. Now we'll go to session and we'll submit it. So now we have to submit this for the approval. Approve my NSE file lab setting. Okay. Now we will log out from here. We will log in as admin. We'll go to my ADOM. First, we will lock it. We'll go to policy and object and session list. So here you can see that you got a request for the changes that you have made. Okay, we'll just select approve. So this is what administrator have to keep on using this. So we'll select approve. Okay. We'll select continue without session. So now it has approved it. So now you can see here, it has applied none instead of FortiGate IP address. And then now we can unlock it. We'll log out from admin user. And we'll log in as NSE5 now again. We will lock the ADOM. We'll go to policy and object. Now you see this here, it's also replaced by none. Let's apply this now. Install wizard on local FortiGate. We can create a ADOM, or we can schedule the installation as well. And we can choose all here from here, only device level setting, but we are going to push this. So we can create revision as well. We don't want to create it, we directly install it to local FortiGate. We'll select next. The device target is local FortiGate only. It shows the installation preparation. Okay, connection is up. We'll show the installation preview as well, what it is going to change into firewall policy. So this NSE5 user, if we have done it last time before this lab, it's going to do that. This is certificate information VPN. So you can leave it as it is. It is not going to make any changes. Okay, so it's all the changes which we have seen, it's going to make it to the FortiGate now. Now you can search for null. Here you see the source address for edit policy number 2, it is going to select none. Okay, let's just close it and install this. So this is how you can configure approval by setting the workspace mode as by enabling the workspace mode. It shows the error, right? Let's see the error, installation report log. We can click here, we can view the installation report log. Okay, so this is what has gone done, and view progress report. It shows that it has failed because it will not allow to select none. Okay, so we'll just finish it. Okay, we'll revision it. We can select all instead. Let's try to delete this policy. It's not, we're not able to delete it. I think I need to create a session, then only it will allow me. We'll just lock it. And then we will create a new session basically. Okay. Training 1. We'll edit it and put it all instead of none. We'll save it. And we will also disable the workspace mode now. Now we'll just log out. Login as admin, PAWS, WC.D. Go to policy and object. Training 2 will, okay. Let me just log this. Discard this. Submit it, okay. Okay, so now we are going to create a common policy for multiple devices, basically. Okay, now again it has come. Let me just change it again. Let me just first delete the workspace mode. It is, else it will keep on asking for approval. Config system global set workspace mode disable. Yes, and log me out. Admin RT. Now we don't have to log the ADOM because we have disabled workspace mode. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to make the changes. Instead of none, we'll select all. Just save it. It has automatically saved it. No need to save it again. So we'll create a dynamic mapping of address object. So first we will create IPv4 policy. Let's create one address object which we will assign to different devices. So we are going to assign the address. We'll give the name as internal. Select subnet and 10.0.0.0/8. And here we will enable per device mapping. And now we will create new mapping here per device. So map to device is local FortiGate. And for this local FortiGate, what is the local network? So for local FortiGate, you can assign whatever local network is there. So in my case, it is 10.0.1.024. We'll select OK. And we'll apply it for remote FortiGate as well, which is 10.0.2.0/24. Okay. Okay, so now this is a subset of this subnet, whatever we have selected here. Okay, we'll click OK. So here you can see. Now again, we will go and check and see. Here it is showing that now this internal subset, internal address for this device, it is 1, and for this device, it is 2. Now we are going to create an interface basically. So we'll create one new interface. We'll give the name as inside network, inside net. Per device mapping. So we have per platform mapping as well, based on the different device per platform or based on the device. We'll select per device mapping. So local FortiGate, this one we will match it to port 3, which is our LAN port. We'll select OK. Same way we'll apply this setting to remote FortiGate as well. For this, local port is port 3. Okay. Okay, done. So here now, whatever port we have created inside, it should show us. So here you can see that per device mapping is enabled, mapping rule, mapping interface or zone, whatever you'd like to call. It is port 3. So now we will use FortiGate to target common policy package to multiple devices basically. So we are going to create one new policy package. Here there is already two policy package, local FortiGate and remote FortiGate. We'll create new policy package and then we will apply this policy package to everyone. Let's give name as NSE5. Next generation mode, we'll select as profile base or policy base. Okay. Now here installation target, first we will add the installation target here, which is local FortiGate and remote FortiGate. We'll add it here. This one will also add it and click OK. So you see this 2 FortiGate now has been installation target for this firewall policy. And in IPv4 policy, we'll just create one random policy, to allow the internet access. We'll give as ISP, whatever we're known. Incoming is inside, if you remember, inside net. And outgoing, it is outgoing. We haven't mapped outgoing. So in that scenario, first let's map the outgoing as well. Outgoing WAN for device mapping, which is local FortiGate, port 1, okay. Remote FortiGate, port 1, okay. Outgoing WAN. So now we can go to policy and package and create a policy. Name is, let's give internet access. Let me just delete this rule from here. It has already from WAN 1, okay. I want to just delete this rule because it has already one rule there, same. Or what we can do basically, instead of WAN 1, will select port 2 here, WAN 2. Now I can create a policy and push it. Incoming is inside net. Outgoing is outside. Source is all. Nothing we have to do except we'll enable the net, use outgoing interface, and all the other setting will keep as it is. Will not make any changes. Okay. So you can see that this policy is, let's put some for specific reason, we'll add only HTTP in the services. Web access, okay, we'll only apply web access. And here on install, so install on option is installation target here, you can see. Okay, so if we just hover your mouse here, So it is showing that install on installation target, which is local FortiGate and remote FortiGate. So on this two device, it is going to install. So now let's install this policy using policy package. So we are going to install the policy package. We'll click next. We'll apply it. It will automatically select both FortiGate and we'll apply the setting now. So you can see that now it is, I started the installation, and then we can check the configuration, local FortiGate and remote FortiGate. Local FortiGate it is failed, but on remote FortiGate it is showing as successful. We'll just finish it. Now from remote FortiGate it was successful. Let's go and check from CLI. Admin password shows firewall, so firewall policy. So you can see that it has created the policy with web access service only on remote FortiGate. On local FortiGate, there are some issue. That's why it is not able to push it. But on remote FortiGate, it has pushed successfully. Here it's also pushed it. You see that LAN to port 2, web access, it has pushed this policy successfully as well. That was some different error. So that's how we push the policy from FortiManager to FortiGate. And we can see the logs as well under log view now. There won't be any data because we haven't made any configuration changes. There's only data that we have on the log about this analyzer. If you have any question, feel free to ask now, please. The lab has been completed now. If you guys have any query, please feel free to ask. Here it is enough. You just forward it to FortiAnalyzer or FortiManager. You can add multiple external loggings. You can send a log to multiple devices as well, but that option is available from CLI. Yeah, session recording will be shared by our marketing team. You will get automatic email from our marketing team. You're welcome. Thank you everyone for joining session. Have a nice day ahead. Goodbye.
So, progress.